Hello and welcome back to the stream. So it's Sunday and it's 2:30, so it's time for me to work on my crazy Sudoku solver. This weekend I already did a thing. So if you edit the puzzle, suddenly the URL becomes very crazy. But the point is, now this URL just reloads the state of the puzzle. So that's one thing done. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work with history, which is one thing I definitely want to fix at some point. Right now, I'm not quite sure how. But this basically allows me to actually, have puzzles and share them around, and it should straight up work. You just copy paste the URL and it gets reloaded into the correct state. Which is great, because that means when I'm testing stuff, I don't have to rewrite the puzzles over and over again. I can just save the URL and then just reload it, which is great. Now, one thing that kind of happened naturally as I was, hacking around with the UI is that my code kind of became a little bit messy. So that's one thing I definitely want to do today, is to kind of clean up the UI code a bit, give it some sort of structure, because right now everything is in my main, and that's, I'm not super happy about that. But the second thing I want to do is, if I go, for example, to this one, the other Sudoku UIs always have this, button layout on the side. And right now my Sudoku UI is just controlled by the keyboard, so select a and the mouse, of course. So if I select a square and I press like 6, for example, it just puts the 6 in there. If I press the delete, it just removes the value, and so on. Well, kind of obviously this doesn't work for mobile phones, right? Because you don't really have a keyboard on the mobile phone as you're clicking around. So for mobile phones, we really need to have some sort of buttons. And yeah, that's kind of the idea, to just have a button layout on the side that will make this work on mobile. And then depending how things go, one thing that I would love to get to is the candidate notation. So I'm thinking about something in this style. Okay, there's something messed up with this, but you get the idea. Okay, interestingly, even though it's laid out correctly on the side, they have some weird bug in the UI where it cannot hold all the 9 values. But basically, I want to kind of have this kind of on the sides layout for the candidates. I don't think I will do this kind of thing, because this UI is supposed to be really more of a solver, not really like this UI, which is actually for people solving puzzles. So I kind of want to make it solver centric, and for that it really makes sense to put the numbers on the basically borders in a 3x3 grid, kind of mirroring the entire puzzle essentially, right? You can kind of imagine it like having a, if I do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, oops, then basically having this kind of grid inside of each square. And obviously if I have a candidate, like a concrete value there, and I don't have the candidates, then obviously it will be just shown as a big number. But the moment I have 2 or more possibilities in the square, it will be just shown as, as the candidates. Which would be great if you kind of want to test solving the puzzle. Like right now, if I press enter, nothing really happens. The only thing that actually happens is it will write into the log that it was unable to solve the puzzle. So instead, but on the background, it actually does like eliminate the impossible things out of the puzzle. So it could actually show that, okay, like this particle square cannot be a 7, 8, 1 or 4 because, you know, this square sees all those numbers. So it could do the pruning for you and kind of show you how things work. Yeah, but I'm not sure if I will get to that today. We'll see. Hopefully it shouldn't be too hard to actually do, because I already have all the data that I need. Like my solver already exposes all the like partial solutions. It's just about the actual visualization of those solutions in this UI. And okay, there's apparently still something weird with this. Okay, yes. So I just realized that I am actually storing the state even though I'm not showing it. So it's kind of hard probably to see on the stream, but in the URL I'm actually storing the candidates and then it gets copied with the candidates, but because you cannot see them. Yeah, that's definitely something that needs fixing for sure. Okay, so first of all, let's have a look at the buttons. What can we do? And this was the second one. Right. Oops. Okay. Okay, so there's a mode switching thing. Back, forward, restart, delete, check, start, right, okay. So we will also need the mode for sure. Probably only one of these two modes. Yeah, only either central or corner. And for now, probably not. I probably don't care about the color for now. So I basically need the normal, I need the delete button, I need these buttons. So yeah, basically it can just be controlled by clicking. Should be very straightforward because it's basically I select the square and then I press on the button, and then it's just the button needs to go to the selected square. So it's kind of the same logic as on I have for currently handing the keys, so it's kind of the same event as the on key down. It's just that it happens on the button click, but the actual code should be exactly the same, I think. The same for the delete. Undo, redo, that for now I really want to leave until I manage to fix the history. Because one thing I definitely want to have working is if I press back, like the URL changes, but the problem is I need to basically bind my code to the correct event, so my code actually sees the event that someone pressed the back button, which isn't happening right now. But otherwise, like it's, you know, I have this, and if I just press enter, it correctly reloads the puzzle. It's just that my code doesn't have the ability to listen to these events right now, and because of that, it doesn't update the puzzle. But all the actual logic is there, which, you know, if I press enter, it happens. Although that was so weird. Ah, no, correct, okay. It was just a little bit confusing, right. So yeah, it's... yeah, this I don't know how to fix right now. I suspect I will need to do a little bit of mscript and magic here. Because I don't think the library I'm using, the ASM DOM, can do like binding towards events on global objects, and in particular like manipulating the history is basically working with the state of global objects. So I think I will need to go a little bit low level, but yeah, that's something I will need to investigate offline. I tried looking into that yesterday, but didn't have much success, and I don't want to spend another stream just like browsing for, you know, for unknown amounts of time. So I will just, you know, ask questions to Stack Overflow or something like that. Right, so let's get to it. So I was kind of trying to structure the code a little bit yesterday as well, so I have now this Sudoku UI thing. And what I'm kind of thinking is like I should have basically the Sudoku grid represented in the code. So I need to have a class for that, and then I want the like buttons on the side to be also a separate class. So let's try something reasonably simple. So right now in the HTML I just have the body root, right? So I can just straight up add stuff into that. So right now what's happening, let's just close the notes for now. Right, so over here I get the root element, and then I just call render puzzle. And what the render puzzle does, it renders the body and an SVG element inside of that. So let's actually render basically another thing next to that. So I will want another child over here. Oops. So another SVG. Right, so let's call it buttons. And okay, the namespaces and stuff will be the same. But the view box will be for sure different. So this one I just had it to be 1000 by 1000. So I'm kind of thinking like I'm kind of thinking like it should be kind of the same size as one of these blocks, right? So that's like 1000, well, 900 divided by 3, so this is like 300 by 300 in the view box units, whatever that is, because of this gets scaled, of course. But I think that's kind of the idea. I want this to be 300 by 300 for the buttons themselves, but then I also want some extra elements on the sides, right? So like basically this area should be 300 by 300. Then I will want to delete on the bottom, so that's like an extra 100. And then just like a header, which will be an extra Or I could put the switch on the like next to the delete. So this would be like 400 by 300. Okay, let's try that. I'm not sure how that will look like, but let's see. So view box, and I have like 100 borders, so this would be 400 by 500 then. Right. And okay, that looks correct. So this should just basically generate an extra SVG next to our current one. So let's just see if that happens. Yeah, okay, so we have the SVG. Let me just move this around a bit so you can actually see that. Yeah, I have the buttons, view box in here. Or did it end up like oh, okay, so it ended up like being below. Sure, I mean, that's okay. So I will need to look into how to actually make this side by side. And if I remember, this one was using some sort of fancy stuff, right? This was like Sudoku Create, or it wasn't this one. One of them was using like a weird layout thing that I haven't seen before. Was it this one? Ah yes, okay, this one. It's using these like flex things. And I kind of like this idea, honestly. It's basically like it's auto-adjusted stuff. The problem is I'm not quite sure how to actually use it. But I guess for now what I can definitely do is just the canvas I set to 600 and the buttons okay, let's give it 300. But I don't think that will be enough. Or is it? Ah no, okay, so now it's cool. Now it actually fits next to it. So this might be enough for now. I will need to play with the layouts in the future, but now I have the SVG next to it. So okay, let's actually try to do the content then. Right, so here we just go the render squares, render backgrounds, render blocks. So I kind of want to do something very similar in the like buttons thing. So I want to have vnode render buttons, vnode render well, I guess that might be actually it. Like, do I need anything than the buttons? maybe not for now. So I guess what I want is after the data, I just want to have the children, and the children will be render buttons, right? Ah. No, okay, this is good. I will just have it render a group, and yeah, okay. No, this is good. Right. So render buttons. So this will be children grid. Very similar to the thing above. So this will be a group. Data. So this will be the button grid. Right. Did I do that? Yeah, I did it correctly. And right, so this is just a vector of, okay. So this will be a loop for sure. So because you want 9 things, and for now I'm kind of hard coding everything to be standard 9x9 Sudoku, but that's actually part of the cleanup that I want to do. Maybe today, we will see, is to actually clean this up so the like all these hard-coded numbers actually are part of, you know, setup or the constructors essentially, and then everything is kind of flexible. I mean, it honestly will in like mostly just end up being straight up replacements, because most of these things kind of should work straight up fine for all the sizes, I guess, except for the like irregular sizes, because kind of some of the code does assume I'm working with squares. So that's yeah, that's one thing I might need to fix a bit. Okay. So for the 9 buttons, is there I think they're just using ink like rounded rectangles, right? Yeah. And this one, I keep forgetting these are just divs. I mean, I could use a rounded rectangle, that's not really bad. Okay. Wait, there's like 2 different rectangles? Interesting. So I definitely want to wrap each button into a group. That's definitely true. So this would be something like grid.pushback, and now I'm pushing back a group. Data, so this will be, I do want to have like an identifier for each of these. So, okay, I will need to take this. I guess I should make it like this, so going from 1 to 9, because that makes more sense. Now to string, right? So the group itself will just have the ID, and it has to have a class. Well, I guess the rectangle inside will have a class, not necessarily the group. But I think I will want to have like the on a button press on the group, maybe. Oh, interesting. Here it's on the rectangle. Oh, and it's using the data. Right. Okay, so this is using the feature of SVG, I think, or maybe, I'm not quite sure where this feature is coming from. But basically, like this data dash something end up being pretty easily accessible. And I just need to look it up. Where the heck am I doing? Okay, here. So you can access it through dataset, and then, you know, it gets camel case basically, which is quite convenient. Like I do quite like this. So I guess maybe I don't need to do anything on the group then. Fine. Well, let's just have a group then. So this will be simply a group, and let's just give it children. So the children of this group will be the rectangle that we want to grab the events. So this will be rect, then the data. So this one will need to have the lazy. This one will need to have the data. Sure, that makes well. Button value. Let's call it like this. Button value, right? So data button value, and this will be button ID. And I will need to give it a class because I don't want to style it here inline, so I will give it a class button. Right. And right, and I want the callback on this one, so callbacks. The event on mouse down, right? So on mouse down, and I need to create a new thing. but basically right next to the on key down, there will be on mouse down. Mouse down. Where the heck do I actually use it? On key down, right. Callbacks, on key down, on, okay. So I guess not capitalized. Oh, we'll see. Right. Oh yes, and this needs to be like this. Still not happy about this. So am I putting this in the wrong place? Does it have to... Oh, it goes into the data, right. So that's easy to fix, just this goes here, right. Okay, so that's end of the callbacks, end of data, end of the age, oops, right, end of children, end of the group, end of this, right. But I definitely want to have the text here, so text, and I think I kind of want to have the same idea as for the text inside of the grid. Wait, where the heck is that text? Right here, this thing. Okay. ID, so this will be button text. This I want to be button value. Data type, sure, that's fine. CSS class will be button, oops, button text. I don't remember if I should be using underscores or dashes. Dashes, right? Okay. So button text. All right, and now I need to figure out the position. Oh, and the same for the rectangle. I need to figure out the position of the rectangle. So int x, int y. So the position of the rectangle will be 50 plus plus I divided by 3 times 100. I think that's correct. And this is the same idea, 50 plus I modulo 3 times 100. So, right, except then these needs to be tweaked. But yes, the XY need to go here as well. Right. The value is just button ID. So, okay, so how exactly did I position the text? Over here. Where is this used? X plus 50, Y plus 75. Okay, sure, I will just trust these numbers for now. Because they definitely line up on the other grid. So X plus 50, Y plus 75. Okay, so now I have some CSS to write. So button text fill should black, font size should be 50 because that's the same idea as the other one, and I guess button fill transparent, right. And okay, let's just to test if the events are firing correctly, I will just add the debug lock over here into the on mouse down. And I guess we can just try it and see if this works. I mean, technically it should work. Right, I need to return, sure. Okay, let's see. Well, okay, the events are not firing. My layout is completely borked somehow. How the heck did I end up with this weird thing? So weird. Right, but the thing I'm definitely missing is not... I need to have the borders, which is... I don't remember, was it stroke? How was the blocks? Yes, stroke. Okay. So first of all, let's fix that. So stroke black, stroke width. Let's do 3 pixels. Okay, let's just... What the heck? Oh, it's still not showing up. Okay, interesting. Class button, stroke black, stroke width. Oh, because I just gave them positions, I never gave them actual width and height. Yes, okay, that makes total sense. Okay, so over... Where the heck is it? Here, right. Okay. Okay, that's slightly better. Ah. Oh, and now the events are correctly firing. Cool. It's just that my layout is completely broken. Right. So let's see how we end up with this. Oh, I can already see where's my problem, because I'm counting from 1 instead of counting from 0. That's my problem number 1, but I think I also am generating in the wrong order. Yeah, I just need to swap the modulo and the division. Right, rebuild. Yeah, okay, much better. Right. I probably do want these to be... Yeah, they definitely don't look like buttons, do they? Okay, CSS shadow. Okay, it was this shadow, right? Blur radius, spread. Okay, maybe not spread. Spread is kind of weird. I actually kind of like the 10, 10, 15. That's pretty cool. Okay. So, first of all, let's give the buttons the shadow, but I definitely want to tweak this. So, let's move them off by 10 and give them just 80 pixels. So that will make them smaller. And I just realized the shadows will now overlap, but that's okay. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, no, that didn't really do the shadows. So I'm guessing SVG draw. Okay, this is complicated. Okay. Well, okay. Oh geez, do I really want to do this? Okay, let's just ignore this for now. Like, I will probably try to do this at some point, but this is a little bit too much code for now. But what I definitely want is... okay, rounded corners are... Okay, so this is the radius. Okay, cool. Let's just do that. So let's just give this a bit of a radius. So this will be, what should be the radius? Let's try 10 for now, and let's see how it looks. Yeah, I might need to adjust this at some point, but it's a first attempt. I mean, it's not the worst thing. Okay, so this renders the 9 buttons, and I said I still want to have 2 other things, which is basically, well, 3 other things. So basically underneath here, what I want is to have the delete, like set a proper number and candidate. Right. And actually, that kind of means that I will need to adjust the behavior, as in, because right now, if I just press a 2 and I press a 2 again, nothing happens. But actually, to be consistent with the candidates, what should happen is, if I press a 2, it should basically delete the 2. So I guess in this case, it should set the square to have like all the possibilities. It's like the equivalent of a delete, I guess. So that's a behavior I will need to change, because for the candidates, if you're in the candidate mode, you either add or remove the candidate when you press the number, and the UI should be consistent in that these things should basically behave the same way. Right. Okay, so let's add the other 3 buttons. That will happen okay, I guess over here. I mean, it will be very much the same idea as here, except, so this will be the delete, button text delete, so this will be, type will be delete, value will be delete, and the position of this I know exactly, so this will be, do I kind of want to have a gap there? Probably yes, so let's have it at, well, okay, so the X position will be just 50, but the Y position will be 425 maybe? Am I counting that correctly? I'm not quite sure. And this will be, the text will be delete, or I guess just del, because I want it to actually fit in there. Oh, which means I might need to tweak the X. Well, okay, let's see how it looks and then tweak it later. Right, okay, so this is, oops. So you can, the same idea, X will be just 10, yes. No, it'll be 60, right. And Y by 410, 10, I guess. I think that's correct. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, okay, I have some sort of mismatch somewhere. Okay, so this should be 100 for one, and it should be 485. Rebuild. Okay, well, now it's kind of inside, but I'm not loving the distance this way too much, so let's cut on the distance. I guess I should button, let's call it text special, and let's give it slightly smaller text font. So let's give it like 32. Let's see how that looks like. Oh, what the heck? That was a... Okay, let's do 40. Oh. So of course now I named it in the wrong way. Did I still not... Button text dash special, not special text, damn it. Button text special, right. This should be correct. Okay. That's still... Okay, no, differently. Unicode emoji, right. Trash, search for trash, no trash, bin. Yes, okay, sure. Okay, so I want... Well, I guess this can just go back to text, I guess. Well, let's see what happens. Invalid universal character. Okay, doesn't like it. Cool. Well... Am I still... No. Ah, damn it. How do you do Unicode properly in C++? Yeah, okay, this is exactly not what I want to care about. I just want to pass this through. Ah, okay. So, wait a second. So why did... Okay, will this work? You'll see. I'm not quite sure what happened there on the first attempt. Okay, no, this is working fine, except it's not centered correctly. So it should be slightly higher. Oh, that's too much. Yeah, so like in between. Actually, can I wonder, instead of doing this like fine-tuned stuff, if I can just say what the like alignment should be. That would be much better. But okay, this seems to work fine. Right. So this is good enough for now as far as the buttons go. So now I just need to bind the events and fix the behavior that, like, when you press the button again on the same square, it will actually do the like reverse. And then I will add the 2 extra buttons for switching between the candidate notation and the like full number. Okay, so let's jump over here. Basically this same kind of logic for the delete and for the... Yeah, so basically this I just want to copy over. Except here I will care about the target, because the target will give me the information. So if e target dataset, I think that was it, right? So target, oh, there's like 2 different targets, like original target. No, but there is target. Okay, so target dataset, right? Button value, right? Dataset button value as string equals delete. Then we are deleting stuff. Else if, well, okay, else will be else. All right. So I guess let's just quickly test it. So debug log over here, deleting stuff, and over here debug log inserting stuff. Right. Oh, okay. Let's just comment this out for a bit. And let's see if this works. Should work. Okay. Inserting stuff, right. And then clicking here, still inserting stuff. Okay, that's wrong. What the heck is the debug log e again? Debug log, or I guess let's debug log e target, because that's what I care about. Right. Okay. So data, where the heck is it? Attributes, dataset, button value, dataset. I mean, this looks correct, so okay, let's data set. Let's drill down to the core. So button value. Okay. So this is one. Delete. Because I put it in a small caps, didn't I? That's a bit weird. Why did I do that? Where is it? Oh, over here, right. Oh yes, okay, let's just do it with uppercase because that's also what the key is. So over here. Oh shoot, where did it go again? Yeah, this code really needs a cleanup. Right, over here, okay. So now it should be properly delete. Yeah, deleting stuff, inserting stuff, delete. Okay, cool. No, stuff seems to be working fine. So now I just need to bind it with the other logic, right? So we get the square highlighted. And this will be UI dot reset square ID, right? Okay, let's see if that works. So I have this selected. If I press the delete, it does indeed delete. Okay. Cool. Okay. And then very similarly for this part. Except the thing that we want to set in the cell is not E key, it will be button value, right? So key as string, right? But I guess this I actually only want to do if button value as string at 0 is bigger than 0 and smaller than 9, small equal than 9, right? So this thing again. Yeah. So if we somehow get like a random different key from different button from somewhere, then we don't really care. Okay, let's see if this works. So if I select this one, okay, 5, 9. Good. Okay, so this is working. The thing I said that I want to do with the reset, I can do that in the update square. So basically in the update square, what I want to do is if the right. Okay, unsigned value equals this. Oh, okay, let's make it int. But if the current value squares id dot value equals the value, then I want to make the value 0. Right. Actually, yeah, okay, no. So if this is the case, then I actually want to do the reset square ID and return and I guess that, yeah, that's an overkill. Right, okay, like this. So if the thing we are setting is already in there, we just want to reset the square and then just bail out. Okay, yeah, that looks correct. So let's see how that works. So if I reload, if I do a 5 here, it removes the 5. Okay, very cool. 2, 5, 2, 3. Okay, perfect. This seems to be working exactly as I would like. So now one thing I want to figure out is why the heck is this so low? Like, what? It doesn't really have a... It's also like super weirdly centered. Like, why would it... Like, this is not even midpoint of this. It's pretty weird. I guess... I guess if I do top equals 0, no, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why would it lay out in this weird way. Okay, maybe. Let's see what happens if I keep it vertical line top, I guess. Oops. Definitely not like that. No, that doesn't seem to be doing anything. Don't know what the problem here is. I guess, what was the flex thing over here again? Okay, let's CSS flex. I mean, this is pretty much what I want to do. Container display flex. Okay, so I guess on and I want flex direction row. So let's see what that does. So if I take my body, where the heck is it? I'm not actually styling body. That's weird. I thought I was. So body display flex flex direction row. So if I do this, okay, so this is a little bit more sane now, except no, okay, so this, okay, so this is exactly what I wanted. Cool. But except this thing I really want to be aligned to the top. Interesting. Aligned items flex start. Ah, yes, okay. Perfect. Okay. This is exactly what I wanted. Cool. Okay, so now what I'm missing is... Okay, so now I'm missing the candidate notation. And the tricky thing I'm missing is like all of these UIs allow you to kind of select a bunch of things and then just edit all of those. The way I have written my UI, it already kind of works like that. It will actually go through all the selected boxes and edit those. The only problem is in my UI you cannot physically select multiple squares right now because I only do on click. The problem is I'm not quite sure how to do this kind of behavior. There's like yeah, there's like on touch start, on mouse down. Oh, this is actually using React. Okay, interesting. What does this guy do? It's like on mouse down. On mouse down, stop propagation. So then maybe this is not the correct thing to look at. On touch start, on mouse down. Okay. Yeah, this is a little bit tricky. Like, I'm not quite sure how to properly do like this dragging of things selection. But I guess I can, I mean, it's a little bit annoying, but I guess I can live with that for now. So that thing. Okay, let's just do let's just do over here features to be implemented, drag selection of squares, selection of multiple squares. Right, so let's just note that down and let's go and try to do the actually let's try to have a short pause because I have been streaming for over an hour, and yeah, time to refill my water and have a short break. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. Enjoy the music in the meantime. Okay, and I'm back. So, candidate notation, right. So I need to figure out how to display it. So basically when I'm rendering the text, I'm kind of thinking like instead of just render text, I would basically have this as a group, and it's either the like plain text, which is the big number, or it's the candidates, which will be again a group of small texts basically aligned into grid. Something like that. Well, I guess I could have a here like a vnode render candidates string id x and y. Well, for the candidates, The CSS class doesn't really make much sense, but I guess I can leave it there. That's not really breaking anything. Because the reason why I have the why I do have the candidates in the why I do have the CSS class for the text is because I want to display it blue or black based on if it's like from the solver or if it's input by human. And to be fair, even that doesn't really work that well right now, so meh. But okay, now the tricky part is actually the value. So like this actually needs to be tightly bound to the Sudoku puzzle. I could do this kind of thing. Not super keen on it, though. So basically when you call it with 9 values, which are the candidates. And each of the candidates kind of works the same as the text, as in it's either empty text or it's, you know, the actual number. I guess it would work for now. And since I want to clean up the code anyway, it's maybe not the worst idea, I guess. I mean, meh, I don't particularly like it, but yeah, sure, okay, let's do it. Let's do it this way. Yeah. Don't like it, I don't like it, but whatever. Right, so the actual group, I don't particularly care about that. It's, I mean, I guess I should have it, I should give it an ID. And maybe that's kind of it. Yeah. Data, right. And then the thing I actually care about is the children. But okay, I guess that's a thing I need to actually generate, right? So there will be definitely a loop here that will actually generate the candidates. And yes, this will be children candidates, and this will go over here, right? Okay, so each of these, they don't really need to have their own rectangles. But I kind of, I mean, I will need to position them anyway. Yeah. But basically that will be basically the same as here. So this will be candidates dot pushback. Right. So square candidate text. Right. So this will be. I basically need a sub ID. std string. Sub ID will be std toString of the I plus. Okay, I plus 1. Data cell ID. So the cell ID is still the same. Data type is, but I will need a data cell ID candidate, not data cell candidate ID. Yeah, that's what I want. So be the sub ID. So ID is the ID of the cell, candidate ID is the like 1 or 9 as in the number. Data type, sure, that doesn't particularly matter. CSS class, okay, that can remain there. Okay, so this is the interesting part now. So how the heck do I, and this will be just sub ID. So how the heck do I calculate these things? Oh, so this actually won't be sub ID. This will be values I. Right. So okay, what we want to go. So first I want to figure out what's the corner of this rectangle. The corner of the rectangle is where the heck do I have that calculation? This really needs a cleanup. This is becoming very messy. Okay, render squares, right. So these are the corners of the rectangle. So oh shoot, okay. XY. Oh no. So XY are, these are the corners, right? Okay, no. I'm getting the corners from the outside. Okay, so that part is good. Now I need to divide it into. Well, okay, I know that the width of the square is 100 pixels. So it's basically the same idea as the. On the outside, we kind of leave 100, well, 50 and 950 is kind of how we divide the 1000 on the outside. So I kind of want to do the same idea. So I do a 595. So this is my corner. And then each of the rectangles is like 30 by 30, and then I need to align it within that. Okay, so this will be X plus 5, y plus 5, plus I well, I want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so this would be I modulo 3 times 30 plus I divided by 3 times 30. And I will need to apply some sort of offsets to this for sure. Okay, so then these render candidates I want to call in the same place where I do the render text square. So this will be render squares, right? Okay, so in the so in here I need a vnode candidates. So back to this UI squares dot back dot candidates will be render candidates, right? The square ID is the same, x plus 50, y plus, actually no, so this will be xy as it is. Small digit is the class, and then a vector, right, std vector of std string, but I want an empty one, so like that. Okay. Or I guess just to test it, let's just do once everywhere. So technically this should render the stuff correctly, and now I just need to text ui.squares.back.candidates, right? Then the reset square. Candidates edge squares id dot text render right. Yeah, so when I'm resetting the square, I need to just reset it to all candidates present. And for that I just need this over here, render candidates, right? So this is square ID, the xy coordinates, small digit, but then the important part is vector std string, but this will be 1, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right. Okay, so this should just reset it to all the candidates present, update all squares. Content. Right, okay, so here I need to actually generate the vector out of the Sudoku puzzle. So what I need to do is to have a loop, well actually like this. So if puzzle ij dot, what's the problem? Oh, puzzle underscore, right. Is possible I, so if the number is still possible, then I want to do push back of the number, so std to string of I, else I want to push back an empty string. Right, update square from puzzle. That should be the exactly, why do I actually have this? Update all squares. Content to string puzzle value. I mean, this is... Oh, and of course I actually need to do the actual step. As in... squares id dot candidates equals patch candidates render candidates, right, and then just the correct content here, so square id basically this again. Small digit xy, and the data is my Kent, right? Okay. So wait, so this one gets called restore state, and what is the update square from puzzle then? Where is this called? On key down. Oh, right. I mean, I guess we don't really need this loop. I can just do UI update all squares, no? Doesn't that do the same thing? Yeah, they should be doing the same thing. So this is a little bit redundant now, so let's get rid of that. Oh, I guess let's just, to be 100% sure, let's just comment this out. Right, so I don't have to care about this one. So update square from puzzle, update square value, right. Okay. So okay, so this will need a little bit more thinking, because this will now behave differently based on which mode we are in. Okay, okay, so I suspect if I compile this now, this will be a complete mess, but that's fine. Right. Okay, so yes, indeed, it's a complete mess. Okay, I need to play with the alignments. So okay. Yeah, okay, there's issues. Okay, so I need to offset it by quite a lot actually. Okay, this is weird. Like, I thought it would be better aligned than it is. So... Oh shoot, I'm doing some nonsense here. I just realized. Okay, that's... Okay, let's double check all the code I just wrote. Right. Set square candidates, update. Yeah, okay, so now this looks more reasonable. Okay. Yeah, okay. Oh no, this seems to be working better now. So, but yeah, the alignment is all wrong. So let's have a look at the render candidates, right? So I don't think it's just digit. So this will be the small digit. Okay, let's make them slightly bigger. That's for one thing. Let's try, like, I don't know, 18 points. That looks more reasonable. But I'm not quite sure why it's so weirdly aligned. Oh, is it because the text anchor middle, I'm basically aligning the middle point, like the XY coordinate is the middle point of the number. Okay, shoot. Well... Okay, let's just try to guess some numbers. I think I will need to do like more thinking about the actual layouts at some point, but yeah, no, this still needs more. So let's do 25. That's... I mean, that's close. That's quite close to what I want. I think the X coordinate I want slightly less, but the Y coordinate I want slightly more. So let's do like 30, 20, maybe. That looks quite good. I think I'm quite happy with the Y coordinate. To me, the X coordinate is still a little bit wonky, but I think this is good enough for now. Okay, so now the tricky part here is I basically want to display either or. So it's like if it's set, then I only want to display the big number, and if it's not set to specific value, then I want to only display the candidates. And yeah, it's still not updating properly because I didn't finish the last piece of the code. But that's actually, I think, the update square value. So so I guess here we want to have the mode right, like candidate mode. So if we are editing candidates, it should behave differently than if we are editing the actual number. Okay, and this I guess relates to the actual puzzle. Right. Okay, so if candidate mode else this thing. Basically, how I see this working is I first edit the puzzle, and in candidate mode it's like if this number is a candidate, then like either edit as a candidate or remove it as a candidate. That's kind of the logic. If we are not in a candidate mode, then we just either set the value or if we are doing like the same, setting it to the same thing, then we basically unset the value and enable like all the possibilities. Okay, so if we are in the candidate mode and if puzzle, okay, I need the ID. Oops, not what the. Okay, so if puzzle ID divided by 9, ID modulo 9 dot is possible okay, int value equals this, right? Okay, is possible value, then what I want to do is puzzle ID divided by 9, ID modulo 9 minus equals value. Else, if it's not possible, then I want to do the opposite. Plus equals value. And if we are here, then what are you complaining about? Okay, nothing. Right, so if we are in the setting value mode, so there are two options. So if the puzzle ID 9 ID value equals value, then what I want to do is actually reset it. So puzzle ID 9 ID modulo 9 dot reset. Else I want to do ID 9 and the modulo 9 equals value. Right. So recap. So if we are in a candidate mode, if the candidate, like if I press a 9 and the 9 is already possible in the square, I want to remove it from the square as a possibility. If it isn't, I want to edit it as a possibility. If on the other hand we are not in a candidate mode, then if I'm setting the value that's already in the square, then I just want to reset the entire square to all possibilities. Otherwise, I just want to set it to that particular value. Okay, so then Yeah, then I kind of want to have a helper function actually to just like re-render a square. I'm just realizing. Yes, so basically what I want to do here is essentially re-render square, and that will be just a square ID, I guess. Yes. And that's a new function I need to write. Re-render square. String square ID. So we need the ID again. Right. So squares ID text. I want to update the text, but actually right. So I want to generate the value for the text and the candidates. So this will be std string value will be puzzle ID divided by 9 ID modulo 9 dot value to string. Right, and then I will have the vector of the candidates. So if is possible then I'm pushing back the std to string of I, otherwise I'm pushing back an empty string. Right, so then I want to render this thing value and squares ID dot candidates patch squares ID dot candidates render candidates square ID squares ID dot x squares ID dot y small digit and can't. Right, but what I want to still do yes. I want to do a little bit more magic here. So std string big text class and std string small text class. Oops. So if this square is actually set to a particular value, is set, then what I want to do is big text class is digit, but small text class is small digit hidden, and otherwise the opposite. So This will be digit hidden, and this will be small digit. So big text class goes here, and small text class goes here. So re-render square, and this goes away. Oops. Okay. So now I just need to introduce the CSS stuff. Right, and this thing. Okay. Yeah, everything got a little bit bolder now, but I guess that's fine. Oof, okay. Not exactly working. Right. So, what's the problem? And I see a tiny zero over here. Wait a second. So inspect element. Where's the zero? Is it the text? No. Where the heck does the zero come from? No, so these are all the candidates. Where's the... Oh, here's the text. Yeah, okay, this is not really working, unfortunately. So... Oops. Oh, because I screwed it up. Hidden. This... What? What the heck is happening? Display none. Let's try to do it this way. Okay. Inspect. So the text is digit. Wait, what? Did it not? Ah, okay. Okay, so this actually seems to be working now. Except for the initial load, I think there's something broken there. Yeah. Okay. I think I just need to make the initial load actually use the re-render square. Update. Okay, so let's get rid of... Well, okay. Reset square. Re-render square ID. Okay. Update all squares. Puzzle. Render square. Okay, I'm not super confident about this move. Let's see. Okay, I think this is kind of working. Okay, maybe not. Oh, because I know why. What's the problem here? Okay, that's my where the heck is it? That's just my initial craziness. Where the heck was that? Render candidates. Okay. Oh, okay, that's not good. What's with the missing lines? Because, yes, off by 1 errors. Okay, now the lines are back. So if I now do this. Okay. Okay. No, I think this is working okay. So what we need now is actually to have the mode switching thingy. And now I need to kind of think about how to do that on the keyboard. Because, like, I probably don't want to be like switching these buttons manually when I'm just using the keyboard to enter the candidates. This would be a bit awkward. But yes, okay, this seems to be working fine. Okay. So Render buttons, right. Well, the button for the... Okay, what do these UIs do? Yeah, this is just like text. And this, yeah, okay, not super keen on that. How do I make this work? Are there like good Unicode characters for that? Just looking at the Unicode characters, you could kind of make this work in text mode effectively, with just Unicode. It's kind of funny. Yeah. Okay, this is just all flags. Okay, who cares? Yeah, I could use like a pencil. Yeah, like a pencil on a pen symbols. That wouldn't be the worst idea. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, probably these two. Okay, so next to this one, I guess next to these two, okay, up to here. So 1, 2. Okay. So this will be button text. Normal mode, I guess. So for that I want the pen symbol. Then yeah, the rectangle will be the same idea. And this goes here. text, or I guess candidate. That's what I've been calling it. So candidate, button, sure, that's fine. Candidate, right. Okay, so now over on mouse click, we will need to do the switching. So if the target data set button value is candidate, so this is when someone presses the candidate button, and the other branch would be normal, so this is when someone presses the proper input button. Okay, let's just see if this will not work because I didn't set the actual positions of these. Right, so the y-axis remains the same. What I want to do is offset these by 300. So the second one will be 400 and then 360 and then 700 and 660. Okay. This should kind of look reasonable. Not exactly work yet, but no, wrong. What? Oh, it's not by 300, it's by 100. So 260, 300, 160, 200. That should be it, I think. Right. Okay. And yeah. So now okay. So where's my on? Okay, here. So what do we need to do here? I kind of, yeah, I want to I think I want to replace the button to make it obvious that we are in candidate mode. Right. And then I just will need basically over here do candidate mode restart not in a candidate mode, and I guess that basically means this thing is nonsense, so I just want to get the candidate mode out of the class, so candidate mode. Right. but okay, I guess we can test it quickly. So UI.candidateMode equals true and UI.candidateMode equals false for now. And I will play with the highlighting in a bit. Okay, so now I should not be in a candidate mode. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I should be in a candidate mode. Perfect, it's working. 7, 8, 9, 1, 2. Oh, okay, there. Okay, I guess that's actually. Okay, that was slightly unexpected behavior, but actually it makes perfect sense, weirdly enough. Because yes, like if there is only one possibility, it just pops in. So if I press 5 now, it removes the 5 as a possibility, and the 4 remains. So it's slightly counterintuitive. But yes, okay. No, I'm pretty happy with this. Like, I'm pretty happy how it works. This is pretty good. If you're in candidate mode, yeah, okay. Delete doesn't do anything in candidate mode, which I mean, no, the delete still works in candidate mode. It just, yeah, okay, resets the square. Okay, cool. No. Just getting confused. Right. Okay. So I think this is pretty good for now. So I need to, what I will need to do, I kind of want to make a representation of this. So the current like UI global variable is representing the grid, right? So I kind of want to, because I want to like replace these buttons, make them highlighted if I am in candidate mode or not. And then just have a way on the keyboard to switch the modes, which I mean I can just make it a backtick or something like that. Yeah, okay. And no, that's cool. Okay, so I will take a short break just to refill my water again, but yeah, this seems to be working reasonably well. You know, and of course even the buttons work. Yeah, cool. We are definitely getting there. Like this is progressing. I'm just kind of realizing I will have a problem when it comes to killer Sudoku, because with all the candidates inside of the grid, this is getting very busy. So I might actually want to have like a hide candidates thing that will not show the candidates. But yep, okay. Yeah, I will need to play with the UI more. But we are definitely getting there. So yeah, short break. I need to refill my water. I need to grab some small snack because I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. And yeah, see you in like 5 minutes or something like that. Okay, then I'm back again. So, right, the next step is making these two buttons to actually highlight themselves. I'm kind of thinking like yeah, I kind of wonder if the candidate should not be showing up. Maybe they could be not showing up for the squares where all the candidates are present. But yeah, then that will make the UI very confusing, I guess. I don't know. Okay, anyway. So the render buttons, where the heck is it? Right here. Delete. Yeah, so basically this thing I actually want to store. And actually I want to store all of these. Okay. Alright. How do I make this work? Vnote. So we have the text, we have the actual button, and I guess that's it. Then I just need button UI, right? And I guess I really only care about the two buttons, so button normal mode and button candidate mode. Right. And then over here basically this entire thing I want to move up. So buttons dot candidate normal mode dot text will be this, buttons dot normal mode dot button will be this, buttons dot candidate mode dot text will be this, candidate mode dot button will be this, and then over here I just need to reinsert them back, so this will be buttons dot normal mode dot text, then dot normal mode dot button, and yeah, the same for the other thing. Okay, so first of all, we start in a normal mode. So the class button, class button selected, right? And button selected will be fill light blue. Right, so then when we have the changeover, so when we get the click over here, I want to do UI dot no, buttons dot normal mode dot button equals patch, and now I need to redo the thing. So I guess actually where the heck is this code? In particular this code that renders the buttons, so this I want to have a special thing, so this will be render normal mode button std string class. Yeah, so I will need this kind of function. I can kind of put it anywhere, so sure, let's just put it here. So we note this thing like this, return and instead of hard-coded class, this will just be okay. This will just be something coming in from the caller, and I want exactly the same thing for the other part. So where the heck was it? Here, right. So initially I want to have it with button selected, and this thing, let's just copy it and go back right over here. So this will be render candidate mode button, return, okay. And at the beginning this will be just with class button. Okay, right, so then since I have extracted these two functions, I can now actually call them from here. So patch this with render no, okay, I need to forward declare these. Right over here. Okay. Render, right, render Normal mode button. So when I'm in the candidate mode, so this one will be button, and the other side of this will be the candidate. So candidate mode, candidate mode, candidate. Ah, come on, candidate mode button and button selected. And exactly the same but other way around, so select it and just a button for the other side, right? Ah, shoot, okay. And it doesn't actually work. What the heck? Yeah, so weirdly enough, it works for this one. Why is it not updating this one? That's so strange. What did I screw up? Did I like copy the wrong thing in the renderer? Come on, where the heck is it? So much code for such a simple thing. No, this is correct. Candidate mode button. That's fine. Okay. Normal mode button, candidate mode button. So it must be the updates that are somehow screwed up. So what am I doing wrong in the updates? Normal mode. Button selected. So I mean this part works. It's switching from the selected to not selected. Render candidate mode button. Okay. I'm seriously confused right now. What the heck is wrong? And I guess making them all opaque would actually make it nicer. What the heck? Okay, I really want to see what the hell is wrong here. So this is class button right now. But it shouldn't be. Yeah, so like this gets switched correctly. Why is the other one not getting switched? What the hell? I'm very confused right now. Very confused. Patch buttons, candidate mode button. Really not sure what's happening. I mean, yes, this just works fine, but the other one just refuses to get updated, which is so strange. Ah, wait, how the heck did it happen? That's amazing. I don't know how I made that error, but sure. It's always something stupid like that. Somehow. Okay, cool, perfect. Now it's actually working. Cool. So I guess we still need to expose the solve button, right? So let's just... Okay, one thing I want to do, I kind of want to scoot all this a little bit up. This is like they're way too down. So let's just move it to like 380. 380. Oops. Okay. And then I need to update the code down over here somewhere. Yes, so this will be 380, 740, 740, 740. Okay, let's see. Not 7. Why am I saying 700 when it's 400? Okay, yeah, that's... well, sure. Right, then I need a solve button, so I guess yeah, I want to push another group. So the group yeah, basically something very similar to this. Except this will be solve. And this button actually should have the full width, so this will be so be 300 minus 40, 260. Am I okay? I'm not quite sure if that's correct, but let's see. Solve ID text solve, and the text of that will be solve, right? So let's see how that looks. Yeah, okay, so some issue with my brackets. Wait, what? That should be correct. Oh wait, this one isn't paired up with anything. How did that happen? Age, so the children should be ending here. Okay. Ah, okay, okay. Slight issues. So, but wait, I'm not specifying the height of this thing, so why is this? And I guess this should be 280 then. Why is this getting cut off? That's weird. I mean, oh, because the view box, right? Correct. That I'm definitely am specifying the view box. That makes sense. So let's increase it to, sure, 800. Who cares? What the heck? Yes, okay, I definitely don't want to do the height. That was wrong. Height should be still 80. Okay. Stupid mistakes. But why is this so weirdly aligned? Oh, because this should be basically on this axis. Right. So this should be the same x coordinate as this thing, which is somewhere up here. Render normal, right? So the x coordinate is 160. Okay. X coordinate right here. Okay. Let's see what happens. That still doesn't look correct, but let's say that it is correct because I don't want to keep tweaking this. Right, and basically what I want is if someone presses the solve button, I just want to do the same as if someone presses enter. So when someone presses enter, where the heck is it? Right here. I don't really need this. So solve it, update all squares. I mean, I guess I want to update all squares no matter what. But if it wasn't possible to solve it, then just report this thing. And the same idea over here. So else if e target dataset button value as std string equals solve, then just solve it. Okay, perfect. So basically now, whenever I press solve, it actually, tries to solve it. So it will try to remove as much of the puzzle as possible. So yeah. I can basically like iteratively create a solvable puzzle. Yeah, now it's broken. Cool. Yeah, now the only problem is now, because everything is 0, it's kind of hard to put it into a state. It's reasonable. I basically need to reload this entire thing from scratch. Right, okay, let's actually see if I can make the puzzle from before work. So launch this thing, easy, sure, let's grab this. And let's just copy this puzzle. Okay. 3, 1, 5, 4, 8, 1, 7, 9, 5, 6, 4, 5, 2, 9, 7, 9, 3, 5, 8, 9, 4, 2, 6, 9, 5, 2, 1, 8. Right. So let me actually bookmark this. So easy puzzle, right? If I press solve, it does solve it. Perfect. If I go back to this, and I guess let's just like remove one of those things, and yeah, like clearly with one of the clues removed, it doesn't really manage to solve everything, but it actually did manage to like solve the 9 here, solve the 5 here. Cool. Now this is cool. Yeah, I really need to figure out how to do the what the heck? Oh, yeah, okay. How to do the interaction with the history, because I mean it works. Like if I go back and then press enter, well, almost. It's like one step back right now, but anyway, it kind of works for that. But I really like, yeah, pressing back and forth should just work correctly, and it should save the state. Okay, so the thing I want to test now is to see if this actually works from mobile. So for that I will actually need to upload the code. So let's just UI and sure, and then over here I need to copy the build files. Yeah, that should be it. Right. And now I need the... Oh, did I not start it? GitHub desktop. Okay, push. Okay, and I guess I can push this one as well. Okay, so now this version should be on Sudoku Playground. Okay, now it's there, perfect. So let's see if this works on mobile. And yeah, there's probably better way than to just open it on my phone, but okay. I mean, the performance... Hello! The performance on mobile is not amazing, I can tell that straight up. But, I mean, it's usable. Yeah, I think like pressing the solve, it takes a bit. And everything is kind of a bit slow. But I mean, it's surprisingly usable. Well, okay. There are some slight scaling issues. But I mean, okay, I'm pretty happy with this, honestly. I must admit that I'm quite surprised how well it actually works. Okay, well, I guess with this done, the only thing that remains for this stream is to actually clean up the code, which I guess will not be super interesting. But yeah, I mean, this is working, which is amazing. Well, what do you mean by finished? So, finished in a sense that I'm done with this project? No, definitely not. But yes, like I have a UI with buttons and you can like edit the candidates and play with stuff, and there's a solve button, it works on mobile as well. I will need to tweak the UI because this is... It's not amazing right now, like... But yeah, it will still not solve like the hardest puzzles, but yeah, I mean, the solver is exposed in the UI and things are working. Like I do have, where the heck is it? Easy puzzle, so you know I can just click on a link and the link stores the puzzle. So this just loaded the puzzle. I press solve, it's solved. Things like that actually work, which is, you know, not bad. But yeah, there are still things missing. Like one thing that's missing is basically I need to figure out how to interact with the history. So like if I make a change, it does edit the URL. So if I press back, I want it to actually undo the thing. It does work if you kind of go manually to the URL and press enter, which will like basically reinforce, like reload the page. but there's a JavaScript event that actually fires when you do that, when you press back, and I just haven't figured out how to like listen to that event right now. There's another thing that's kind of annoying right now. So in the other UIs, you can basically go and like drag and select stuff, and then if you just, you know, press something, it will edit all of those squares, which is very convenient. But like in my UI, you can only have like one thing selected, and that goes down to I actually don't know how to do the dragging. And obviously these UIs actually, like, this shows things in red because obviously, you know, these ones are nonsense. So that's another thing. Like, there needs to be some sort of checking that shows you, oh, hey, like the thing you just put in is obviously wrong. So yeah, but this was like, I managed to get through the big problems. Like, having this UI, this is the fact that this works makes me very happy. But yeah, like, and another problem I have is like, if I go, because this is basically the next thing I want to do is killer Sudokus. So if you look how this, you know, if you see how these look, they kind of have this border, and obviously, obviously this is not really compatible with the way I'm drawing the candidates right now. I need to kind of figure out how to make both of these things work, like how to display the candidates and also have these kind of borders. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to figure out still, for sure. But yeah, I mean, today has been a very productive day, I have to say. I'm quite happy with the progress. So yeah, let's clean up the code a little bit. So right now I have everything in my main, and I hate that. So let's try to fix that a little bit. And let's clean up all the render functions as well. Which one? This one? Or yeah, you need to be more concrete. Oh, that's C Lion. So for C++, that's very nice. It's in the JetBrains family of IDEs. C++ has a special one because you need like a special parser and stuff. They cannot like reuse the one that they use for Java. That's why it's I don't think it has its own compiler. So basically what you do is in, where the heck is it? The languages and frameworks, I think. No. Toolchain. Here, okay. So you basically define your toolchains. So right now I'm using the WSL, which is the Windows subsystem for Linux. But you can also use MinGUI, and I think you can also use Cygwin. And if you have like the Visual Studio compiler, you can also add it here as a toolchain. Yeah, Visual Studio. You can also compile through SSH, through remote host. So yeah, basically this WSL is like a Windows Linux distribution kind of running inside of Windows. It's kind of like, instead of a normal kernel, it has this weird Windows kernel, which, yeah, it's, anyway, doesn't particularly matter. But basically you just have like a local Ubuntu, and I mean, you can see it here, it's Ubuntu 2004.exe, you know. If that doesn't look weird to you, then yeah. But yeah, basically it allows you to like compile things and just run like Linux binaries in your Windows system, and it kind of works seamlessly. It has a bunch of weird limitations that I'm kind of getting annoyed at, but for the most part it's actually pretty neat. For CMake, I think the remote development would actually work. Like basically I would add like a remote host through SSH to connect to. So if I would have like a virtual machine with Linux, I could just connect to that and compile everything there. But for example, when I'm working with Bazel, which is a different build system, that one cannot do the remote development, unfortunately. So, but it works with WSL fine. So yeah, it's yeah. Anyway, it's a thing. Let's just say that. Right. So, how to organize this code? So I was kind of thinking. So if I go back to this. Like basically right now I have two UI components. One of the UI components is the Sudoku grid, and the second UI component is this like button layout thingy. So I think those should be like two different classes, and I already kind of am trying to do that, but I never cleaned up the code properly. So let's just make that official. So create a new class, Sudoku grid, add to executable, yes. Okay. So the grid will definitely have a Sudoku puzzle in it, but now I can actually make it private. Then, or I guess I should actually first change it here, maybe? What will be easier? I could change this class over, well, this struct over here to be... Not sure what's easier. I guess it will be easier to just do it iteratively. So let's, first of all, let's make this private to just make sure no one is accessing this outside of this class. Okay. So let's see if that broke anything. Yeah, okay, so this thing just don't do anything for now. Okay, already we have some access violations, right. Okay, so the solve definitely should be on the UI itself. That makes total sense. Solve and update squares, right. UI.solve and update squares. Okay, have a good day. Update our squares. Okay, and yes, this is the same thing again. Solve and update squares. Okay, cool. So now no one is accessing the Sudoku puzzle outside of this struct. So candidate modes, right. Yeah, so this gets accessed directly. That's bad. Okay. Switch candidate mode, bool candidate. Although actually this shouldn't be on this thing at all, because this has to do with... Ah no, actually this affects the... Does it Yeah, no, this shouldn't be on inside of this grid at all, because this has nothing to do with the puzzle. This should be on the button grid, which I don't have yet. So let's just move it out. So instead of the UI candidate mode, let's just make it this. And at the beginning, or I guess I can just set it to false. False, right. Okay. So then the rendered squares, right. Okay, so this is accessed from like a bunch of different places. Okay, so what is this thing doing? On square click. Right, so this is doing the highlighting. Okay. Honestly, this should be a static function, I mean, static method on the UI. And actually the UI should straight up be a singleton. Right. Well, okay, let's not do that as of right now, but let's just move all the rendering. So this is the square ID. Okay. So I guess I want a re-render background. Okay, so I guess this should be actually re-render square content, because this only changes the candidates and text. Right. Re-render square content. Right, right. And this will be re-render square background. Square ID, and then bool highlighted. Okay. So over here it will be called with square ID false, and over here it will be called with re-render square background, square ID true. Alright. And over here I just need this. Oops. Okay, that should be fine. Then I don't need this code. And I also don't need this. Okay. And right. So yeah, basically all of these I want to actually move inside of the UI class. Because there's no point of these being free functions. So actually this part should be straight up part of the functionality of the rendered Sudoku square. Right. Indeed. So this entire thing string square ID text background container on square click. Okay. Yeah, this is a thing I will need to deal with. But actually these renders, render candidate, that all, yeah, that all needs to be part of this. So actually, I wonder. So would it make sense to have like as a global interface idea? So like we could have all classes have a render method and all classes have an update method. So I mean this is like basically a draw, and this is like a redraw or something. Yeah, so we could do that. I wonder that there's definitely a distinction between the render and update, because I don't kind of want to redraw everything all the time. So I kind of do want to have the update. Yes. Yeah, I also probably don't need the value anymore, because I'm anyway relying on the solver itself to provide me with the values of the puzzle. So really what I should have here is just the UI related values, and that's it. Okay, so let's move the render candidates and all this stuff inside of this class. Okay, I guess this should be static. Doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, now of course all these functions will break because I'm making these things private. Okay. Now, okay, so this is the interesting part. I guess I should just take it as a function bool mscript and val callback. Right. And actually this render should be public. Okay, so then basically what I want to do here is UI squares dot back dot render. So this will do all this crap. And then I want to push back the container, right? Okay. Oh, I guess. Okay, not that easy. Square click, right? Okay, like this. Yeah, okay. So render square background, this needs to disappear. Render square text needs to disappear. Render candidate needs to disappear. Right. And now we have things complaining that those functions don't exist anymore, which is good. Right. So okay, for now I will just expose it in a pretty straightforward way. So I will do what did I call it? Oh, update, right. So update background. So update background needs to take the yeah, okay, these 4 things indeed. Okay, so the square ID, the X, Y coordinates, and the CSS class. Actually, I don't need the XY coordinates because I do have those. Okay, so it's really just square ID and the CSS class. And honestly, I should not need the square ID. Because right. So it's just the CSS class. Okay. So squares ID dot update background CSS class. Okay. Update text, right. Update text, CSS class, and value, I guess. Okay. And the same for candidates, I guess. But here it will be the vector with strings, right? Oh, I guess. Yeah. Oh, technically all this should be just string views. I will fix that later, I guess. Right. Okay. Oh. Yeah, okay, so everything seems to still be working. Right. So yeah, I should kind of fix the constness around here. Yeah, and also the hard-coded values will need to be fixed. But that can come later. So okay, who is accessing this thing? Render squares. Okay, so for this I guess I need a getter. Then I can move this into the private part. Okay. And kind of hoping that for the other ones, yeah, it should really just be this class. Oh no, no, okay, yeah, cool. It should really just be this class that's accessing it. So if I just do rename this, No. Ugh. I don't need to do it manually, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm also thinking what I probably should change as well is to have geez, what I was thinking about. Right, to have manual allocations and, well, the allocations, I guess, only because allocations happen on the patching. But yeah, I should basically manually manage my memory. I mean, it's not required. Like, it wouldn't be like a massive improvement, but it would be neat if like all these classes are actually like very tidy. I would very much prefer that. Okay. Because yes, I mean, these are all kind of very straightforward. It's just holding things around, not really doing much else. Okay. And I think next weekend what I really want to do is change from these hard-coded, you know, numbers to actually have something flexible. It should actually be pretty easy to do that. I don't think this is being accessed anywhere. Okay, it's being written here, but then I don't think anyone actually reads that. Okay, so let's just get rid of it. Okay, let's see, this should still compile. Yeah. I mean, so one thing I kind of want to do is the ability to even have like a border of squares, because there are some puzzles that kind of need to have like an extra border of things around them. So basically have the grid tell it, hey, you are a grid of like 16 by 16 with two square border on each side, or just on the left and top, or some, you know, something like that. Yeah. Okay, so now I can change this into a class, make this public. Let's just rename this to UI Sudoku. Well, actually, let's just have that as a namespace. So let's just have this as a Sudoku square, and have the UI as a namespace. So new class Sudoku square. I suspect now it will complain, or maybe not. Okay, cool. So namespace UI and basically this thing moves over there. Okay. Now of course I'm missing a bunch of includes and stuff. But okay. These functions should actually move into the implementation. Okay. Okay, so definitely string functional, then mscript and val, and asm.dom vnode. Right, these also need to move inside. Okay. Right, this shouldn't be static over here. Right. Okay. Okay. Almost there. What they're complaining about? No, that should be fine. Yes, okay, so this one, yes. That's wrong. Otherwise, everything should be green now, except for this thing. Oh. Sure. Okay, let's see. Right. So now I need to actually include it. Sudoku square. And this will be UI Sudoku square. But that should be the only required change. Everything should work except over here, of course. Okay, good. Cool. Stuff is still working, which is good. So, yeah, considering I've been streaming for 4 hours already, I kind of think this will be the amount I will manage today. Basically, the idea is, apart from the Sudoku square, the Sudoku grid itself also should basically look exactly the same as this, right? And yes, basically that's kind of the idea. Cleaning up all this code, and then yes, next time we'll see. Like, I can either I will work on the killer Sudoku, or I will work on making the UI more flexible. Those are, I think, kind of the two options. Like, making the UI more flexible is basically the ability to have 16 by 16 puzzles, like all the computation of the positions being just generic, ability to have a border around the puzzle, and all these kind of things. That's one thing that definitely needs to happen at some point. And the killer Sudokus, that's definitely something I also want to do at some point. And yes, like finishing the cleanup of the code, so like everything is nicely encapsulated, and I just have, like, you know, render and then bunch of updates, and then maybe one accessor or something like that to just, you know, plug it into the rendering pipeline. But yeah, I'm actually super happy with the progress that I made today. Like, this went pretty well. So yeah, thanks a lot for watching, if you managed to stick out throughout this entire craziness. At some point I will be definitely collecting, you know, wishlist and ideas from people. On my Twitch there should be a suggest box actually, so if you have a particular thing that you want to see me do, because once this kind of, you know, once we have the UI, once these basic things kind of work, I can kind of take this in any direction. There isn't really any, like, constraint on what I do with this. So, you know, if you want to see a particular thing being done, just comment under the video, or, you know, put something into the suggest box on Twitch, or just ping me on LinkedIn or on Discord. I'm usually online on Discord, so, you know, feel free. And, you know, if I like the suggestions, I would definitely consider it taking that way. Like, I'm not like super bent on doing killer Sudokus, I can do other variants as well. And there's also like other things to do here, like as I was showing the, you know, the collisions and things like that. There's definitely a possibility to do things with that over here as well. Okay, but yeah, for today I think I had enough, and I suspect everyone watching this also had enough, because like if you manage to stick out and watch this entire thing, you are a crazy person, and I salute your dedication. Yeah, that is that, as they say. So have a nice day, have a nice evening, good morning, whichever applies. See you next time. The same time, Saturday next week, 2:30 p.m. Central European time, Central European summertime right now. But yeah, I should be back, you know, the same time as usual. See you.